Hey everyone, welcome. My name's Matthew Coles, joining from Melbourne, Australia. Apologies for the technical difficulties getting started. I just had a problem with my webcam in the background, but I'm very excited for the game day today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly share my screen with everyone, and I'll take you through the GameDay World Championship, the APJC event that's happening today. So feel free to ask questions on the chat. I'm monitoring in the background. We've got Arctic Fox and a number of other people that are on and live that can give you assistance here as well. And in 2 seconds, I'll have my screen share up and running. Here we go. We're in business. So again, welcome to the AWS GameDay World Championship. Let me see if I've got my slides in order. Is it changing? Is it changing? No. Okay. Let me attempt a second time. This is going to work. Here we go. So, AWS Game Days. We are working at Unicorn Rentals today. Please get ready. I am your Chief Marketing Officer of Unicorn Rentals, and I'm going to welcome you into the headquarters. We are very thrilled that everyone has come on today to accept the challenge to optimize our operations. So, very excited to have everyone here today. Now, just a word of caution. Game days are quite a light-hearted adventure into the world of clouds. It is a simulation exercise designed for everyone to have fun and learn new things about AWS. The references that you'll see are entirely fictional. Don't believe any of the characters or names. Nothing is connected to anything in real life. And most importantly, this is a safe environment for you to come in and operate and experience the cloud with. So we're not going to give you much information to get started today. We know that's a bit challenging, but what we want to do is we want to have a fun, hands-on experience with one of the world's largest brands, which is Unicorn Rentals. So, having a look at what we're going to do today. As new hires, each of you coming in, this will be your first day for the rest of your lives at this new company. We're really excited to onboard you, and we've had a number of Silicon Valley companies and partners invest into this, so it's going to be quite a lucrative experience. So what do we do? Why does Unicorn Rentals exist? So all of you are unicorns, but none of you can afford to own one. Check Amazon.com. You can see that we're recorded the space on the Amazon side. None of you are going to can get fired in the next 4 hours, so you're going to be employees for at least the next 4 hours. So hopefully that's good news for everyone here. You're going to explore some of the new services across your AWS accounts. You're going to work closely with some of the other teams that we've got on for game days, and we're going to make sure that you're going to have some fun. That being said, our model is simply fire anyone that can't keep up to the bar that we expect. We hire the best, we expect the best of the best. Hopefully this is a nice welcome to the company, and you can see that we take tech talent seriously here within Unicorn Rentals. So the CEO has asked us. He's very busy. CEO is absolutely unreachable half the time. He is doing an insane amount of hours. He's putting everything into this company. But we've just received this text. It basically says, drop everything. I need you to have everything up and running on the microservice platforms by the end of day tomorrow, and we got to do whatever is necessary. So I did receive this text a few hours ago. I'm not really sure what are microservices. I guess we're all going to find out together. But HR connected me in with all of you graduates here, coming in, joining the company. So hopefully you guys are more aware of microservices than me. Else we might have to end up looking at Craigslist and see if we can find anyone that can help lean in as well. So in terms of how we're actually going to get everything up and running, we do have a bit of a run book. This run book has been one of the coffee table items at our office for a very long time. So where the staff have their lunches. We thought that's a brilliant place to put a run book. People can come in, they can read about, our current business practices and processes when it comes to operations. They can add some notes to the run book as well. So this is really a living, breathing document. Someone typed it up in Microsoft Word 5 years ago, and it's just been expanded with handwritten notes, but it should have everything that we need to be successful in here. So I'm sure this is going to help us sort out this issue for the CEO in regards to microservices fairly quickly. I did have a little bit of a view as to how things are running within the accounts that you might be accessing. So right now we have this messaging router. It's an EC2 instance, and it has there's some data that's been stored within DynamoDB. Message routes are forwarding on messages from a series of legacy services that we have, and we might change that, but move towards a better, more fast service at the moment. But it's only been lightly tested, and we've got some microservices here. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to try and deploy things. So we're going to put some of the microservices that the teams have built. We're going to go try and spin them up and get them up and running very quickly. There'll be instructions letting you know how to do this. And once you've got some of the services up and running, you should be able to see other teams, other new starters here and graduates all joining in. Others will be able to use these, and you should be able to use others as well. So super important here is how to understand how to earn some points. So, we're not just working for a startup that's trying to spin microservices in. We want to get some points so we can potentially have additional shares within this exciting company. So this is how the point system works. So basically, the upstream component will send a message to your service router. In the message is a list of services that are required to fully process a message. Right now, you can see that a set of legacy services are coming in to answer all incoming requests. The endpoints of the legacy services are held within that DynamoDB table that I talked about before. So your message router knows when it can send messages for processing effectively. These messaging legacy services work. They are well tested. They're just really slow, so that's not too great. So just a fair warning that they are very, very slow. Once the legacy services process the message, it stays in the payload, and you can send that back to your team. And if the message requires several different services, your message router will iterate through each required service, giving you a signature back in time. So once all the signed components are completed, your message router then sends the completed message back to the upstream sender. And assuming everything is correct, your team then can earn some points. So coming back to that point system, additional shares and unicorn rentals. If you have enough points, that's pretty exciting for everyone. The points aren't that high though. So there are other ways to score points, and it's really because these legacy services are super, super slow. So it took time to get a response back, and so you're not earning points very, very fast. And if you really, really want to score points and get some additional shares, then there's going to be better alternatives, right, than the legacy services, and that comes back to these microservices that the CEO has asked us to get set up and deployed by another team really, really quickly. So once another team has deployed some services, you can add them into your DynamoDB table. Your message router will start using them. They'll process your message. And when you return the completed messages, you'll earn points. These are a lot faster using these microservices, so you'll get points a lot faster than just relying on those legacy services before. And the other teams will actually earn some points for processing components of your message as well. So I guess part of the goal is get your team's microservices spin up, get other teams' microservices, help them get them spin up, start using each other's services, and try and talk to the upstream message senders as fast as possible using these microservices. I think that's what success will really equal for us. And you can see the dollar signs there, right? Shares. I can see it in your eyes, everyone in the audience. So when you return a completed message, you earn points, as I mentioned beforehand, just to make that really, really clear. The other teams also earn points, as I mentioned, for completing components of your message. So really there is a motivation for everyone to work effectively here together. And there is a service marketplace that you'll find. And the service marketplace will allow you to discover other teams' microservice endpoints that you can then feed into DynamoDB. Now, the teams with the fastest endpoints should be the ones that you're looking for, the lowest latency, the highest success rate. So you want to kind of skim the marketplace to find other teams that have effectively implemented things really, really fast. And you want to then leverage their message providers so you can score points as fast as possible. We will show you how to access the marketplace in a later slide, so don't worry about how to find this particular URL. When you've decided which endpoint you want to use, you'll update your service item endpoint in DynamoDB and provide the name of the team that owns that endpoint. So you can see what that looks like here. And this is just an overview of how you'd prioritize your work in order to earn points and not lose points. So the way to think about it is, you're going to have sending from your own microservices points, microservices, you're not really going to score that many points. Getting out of the legacy ones and getting your own microservices spun up is going to be a little bit faster. You're going to score some points. Keeping your service router fast, up and running, you're going to score more points. And then being able to pick on other microservices, service routers and providers, you're gonna effectively help each other to boost points up even faster. So some hints for everyone: keep your service router up and running, get your microservices running, and make sure other teams can use them. That way you can score points together. Route as many of other teams' services, route to as many other teams' services, especially fast ones. Never send messages to your own microservices as well. And I think that's it in terms of the hints that I'll provide you today. Now, one of the things is I didn't really want to bring it up, but maybe I should probably bring it up. We've had some problems with security within Unicorn Rentals. We're building fast. We're moving at scale. There are going to be security risks. We are in legal proceedings around some of these items. I guess you'd learn sooner than later. So I might as well tell you now. We've been in a couple of magazines and newspapers and articles online about it, so you can read all up about it if you want. But the reason why I'm telling you this today is we have hired a external red team to come in and basically try and get our security profiles vetted. We've given them admin access to everything as well. It's a little bit unfortunate that the CEO wants the microservices up and running today because these guys are going to be doing their work as well. So there might be some conflicts. I really hope not. These guys are a very experienced external red team. I found out about them through Craigslist as well, actually. I had a friend that took me onto Craigslist and he showed me them. They had really cool metal rock costumes in the photos. So I'm pretty sure they're like fully legitimate and really, really good at security. So I don't think there's going to be any conflicts here at all. I think just know in the back of your mind that this stuff's happening, and hopefully you don't have to think about it any more so than that. So anyways, let's get these microservices up. So how do you get into the game? Well, firstly, we've got a couple of team hashes that should be distributed across everyone right now. You would enter these into this particular URL that will be shared. You'd enter it into this particular field here, and you should be able to get in. There will be a player dashboard that you can access as well. So this shows you how you're scoring. In terms of the game day itself and how your microservices are going and how leveraging other teams' microservices are going as well. So you'll be able to see that dashboard. You can set your team name. Please make sure to make it a fairly polite, non-aggressive, nice name. Don't pick anything too offensive, or else we're going to have to rename your team. So please keep it clean here. We are a startup, but we do want to have a respectful environment for everyone. So please set your team up, set your team name, and then we'll vet it and then agree to it. Have a look at the score events button in here as well. So what this will do is this will show you how all the scoring's going as well and the reason for the scoring. So you can kind of track that as well. And then we have the scoreboard breakout also, which leads into this very nice view, actually, of the overall event engine scoreboard. So this will show you everyone else that's operating in the game day, and you'll be able to see how you're going with them. To access the AWS console, it's the fourth button. So you'll be able to pop out and get access to pretty much everything in the AWS account. These are temporary safe accounts, as I mentioned beforehand. So even though we're spinning up microservices and doing a bunch of stuff, these are disposable accounts that will go away in the next couple of hours after the game day as well. And then if you are super hardcore and you want to access things through SSH, we have SSH keys available as well as the fifth option. And then there's a README button down the very bottom. If you scroll down, this is going to give you instructions for what we're going to do today. So that should make things a little bit clearer for everyone. You'll see once you get your services up and running, you'll be able to take endpoints, as I mentioned beforehand, and enter them into your input section of the player dashboard. Just make sure to have HTTP added in. And you should be good to go. So this is as you spin up your services. There's a marketplace, and so this is where I talked about beforehand, seeing what teams have added in endpoints for their microservices. So you'll be able to see that view from the service marketplace, see what other teams have set up, and start to leverage their endpoints so you can both score some points as well. Now, we would have our IT specialist, Harana, but unfortunately they aren't around at the moment. Everyone's moving very, very quickly for these things. So I'll give you a little bit of advice that she's asked me to pass along. So if you're working in Teams, there's going to be a presentation stream that you can watch by clicking that URL. It's recommended to have the presentation stream up and running. So this way Teams can see the shared dashboard. But you can also hear some of the announcements that we might pass around in the event. If you're working remotely with another team, all your teams can join a video conference as well. And so you should see like a URL for Chime there as well. If you need assistance, our support staff can come in and help as well within that Chime URL too. So you can have people jump in and out if you really get stuck and you don't know how to get things up and running effectively. There is some remote assistance here as well. So if you do really get stuck, you can ask for help through here, or you can ask through chat as well. And a couple of reminders on how support can work as well is don't raise your hand. We won't see it in Chime, so don't use that feature. Instead, ask for it through that remote assistance module that I mentioned beforehand, so you can ask for it in here. And that will bring the attention of like some of the support staff that can help during the game day, and they'll jump in and be able to assist you on where you're stuck. There will be announcements through the company wide remote assistance dashboard here as well, so you'll be able to see some of the announcements that we'll make. We'll speak them out as well. We'll keep them on this bridge also, but you'll be able to monitor them there as well. If you go up and get a coffee very quickly and you miss something, you should see those company-wide announcements. Yeah, they're just up the top here. Just circle them for you. And there is going to be a bonus for people that complete the survey at the end of the event. So if you've had some great assistance from one of the support staff, please feel free to spell that out on the surveys. It's greatly appreciated. You will be recorded you'll be given rewarded some extra points for leveraging support as well. You know, we're all here to help each other. That's why we're sharing each of our microservices endpoints. But you know, the support staff here as well are very happy to help out, and you can get some additional points by leveraging them as well. So with that being started, let's get started. You should be able to access the game day through dashboard.eventengine.run. So hopefully everyone's there now and they've typed in their hashes. I will send this within the stream as well for anyone that might be monitoring the stream and hasn't yet gone through this URL. But let the games begin. So let's get everyone up and running and started. And what I'll do is I'll end my presentation now. I feel like everyone's fairly equipped for how we run at Unicorn Rentals. So yeah, I'm sure nothing is going to go wrong. I feel like everyone's going to get the microservices up and running very, very smoothly. I'm expecting everyone's going to have this task fairly nailed, fairly fast. And don't worry about the pen testers. I'm sure nothing's going to happen in the process of them pen testing whilst we're trying to get everything set up and running. So with that being said, please get to game time. Please go in and check everything out. Call out in chat or remote assistance if you have any issues. I will be monitoring. What I'll do now is I will turn my video off. I'll leave the stream open. I'll show a little bit of the scoreboard. Please have it open in the background. I'll give some announcements right throughout the events within the stream, so make sure you've got audio here as well. And we might have a couple of people come and talk. If you want to talk about your AWS experience whilst you're doing the game day within your team, ping me here. I'm more than happy to invite people to come in and have a little bit of a chat with me on the stream. But we'll also have a couple of other elements. So let's all begin. Good luck, everyone. It's great having some new hires. We needed the extra hands. The company is moving so fast. I wish everyone luck in setting up their microservices. One quick thing, just to jump back. I'm sure you guys are like hopefully all the way through getting your microservices up and running. I'm sure that the last minute has given you guys, very experienced people, some time. One thing I have been messaged about is that we aren't using the presentation streams from the event engine URL. So everything is going to actually happen on the Twitch here. So keep this open in the background. We'll make sure to keep you aware of any of the announcements with this channel. But we'll keep the audio free for most of the time, so you can just get focused on scoring some points of your microservices. Thanks, everyone. So it looks like some people are scoring points, so that's really good to see. Obviously, we made the right hiring decision, I think. With all you folks, you seem to be pretty experienced with getting some microservices up and running, so it's really fantastic to see. I did have someone here who has a little bit of experience with microservices from his previous place. And I think he's working at one of the largest cloud vendors now. Was it AWS, Paul? Is that correct? So I mean, it's not as big as like what Unicorn Rentals will be, but I'm sure it's a pretty cool role that you've got. But how's your experience, being with microservices? Oh, you're talking on mute actually. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, here we go. So support tell us a little bit about AWS. We do use them as our cloud provider here at Unicorn Rentals.
Yeah, we've been using AWS here at Unicorn Rentals for quite a while, and it has been a significant uptick on the amount of traffic that we're able to handle by going down this microservices path. Definitely. So yeah, it's definitely something that I would recommend. And we've run a couple of game days ourselves there actually. And hi to everybody. I sort of said that earlier, but I said it on mute. And what I was going to say to Matt is, you might remember me from such shows that Matt and I produced, such as Devs in the Shed.
It's a very Simpson-esque sounding introduction.
I
But
specifically wanted
yes,
to use it
yeah.
that way, but good on you for picking up on the reference, Matt.
Yep. No, nice. Yeah, it's been good doing a little bit of devs in the shed with you on the side of our time at Unicorn Rentals here, and exploring AWS together. We can link people if they do want to learn more about AWS. If you do want, I'm not opposed to sharing the link. But what I did want to say as well is, I guess game days is something that we do want to adopt from our experience of AWS, right? So why are we going down the game day route? Like, because you kind of had this conversation with me and convinced me that we should do a game day here for Unicorn Rentals as we scale up, right?
Well, I think it's just like, we have our day-to-day grind, and, product managers are always going to come to us with like new inventions, like new features, new services. And as developers, we know that every day we perform the impossible, right? So for people that are watching, like, I wonder how much people agree with that. It's like there's no problem too big. There's no problem that we can't solve as developers. But a lot of the time we're like, we're pushed into the daily grind to make, those, push out those features, change some CSS, deliver all the time. And so when you want to step back for a minute and say, what do we want to do to think about the long-term life cycle of our application, both for our, our mental health, our ability to look after and build and try out, new services, build scalable manners, and go back and fix our tech debt that we've built, right? So, we have I said the Simpson-esque sort of quote, and then what about if we go back to the quote of Martin Fowler, and there's Yagni, right? So you ain't gonna need it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this can tie in really well to that idea of game days, where you say, well, what I really want to do is get my product out to market. And so I make some decisions around getting my product out to market, and the business puts pressure on to continue to deliver in that way. When it comes to the game day scenario, we're saying hey, let's spend a bit of time working out what our solution should look like. And let's go ahead and take out and break it down. Let's really divide this up, look at the specific domains and how we can build scalable solutions that can help our business grow, to that next level, so that we're not relying on, a single relational database or a single monolith application. We want to be able to reach out and build more for the future, but also provide a whole bunch of autonomy to our team. So I think that's a lot of the reasons why I think, I'm specifically referring to microservices-based game days is so important. And has been so important for us in our engineering culture at Unicorn Rentals.
Yeah, and I think AWS, there was somebody that made a quote. He got introduced to us as a master of disaster, right, back in the day. That was his role at Amazon, and he basically said, like doing these game days is going to help us basically like be more resilient in the future, right? Like it's about training a muscle. Like I think he gave the acronym, the analogy of like a firefighter. It's like 80% of the time you're kind of practicing, like learning how fires can spread, practicing climbing buildings, like practicing around the job role of a firefighter. And then only like 10 or 20% of the time are you actually out on the field dealing with like real issues where, there's a fire that you need to take care of. And that analogy really fits nicely into, we're kind of going along, we're building our microservices, everything's going quite swimmingly and quite smooth. We've kind of planned for a lot of things. We understand how the workload works. But in events, if we haven't got a muscle on how to check the logging, how to have visibility into what's happening within the accounts, how to have like a rule set. So if we're on leave or we're away, somebody knows what to do to kind of get things up and running and fixed if they do break, or why things might not be scaling appropriately. I think it fits into that analogy really nicely, right? So
I think what you said there, Matt, is like, I don't know whether you've done that on purpose as a specific lead in, but that sounds a heck of a lot like the experience, the questions, the answers, and the information that came out the back of the time that we performed or last performed a well-architected review, especially around the operations piece, right? And I think that's the piece that we think about delivering day to day, but not like what it looks like when things kind of go wrong, right?
Yep. Yeah, that's a really good call out. So I mean, there's many different tools, right? Well architected is a really good one to have a nice overview as to kind of like how you're performing against a series of categories, including operations, as a development team, right? And some things might be more specific to like the wider teams, around policies and governance and processes and rules and security that you might need to follow and then enforce downwards. But other things are very specific to like how your team structured up your application, how it's running on a platform today, what it's actually trying to do as well. So you could have like a little bit of a tweaked lens depending on the workload to well architected as well. It's a good exercise to have your teams get together every 6 months or so to kind of run through and complete a well architected, and then have some recommendations come back on like how you can further enhance things. I don't think anyone has come out with a perfect score. Like we all think that we do an amazing job and we all work incredibly hard, but I've never seen a fully clear, well architected like review where there's not one finding to implement, right? Because our jobs are complex. We're dealing with authentication and tokens, and then the next day we could be building an API, and then dealing with like pushing data somewhere. Like we're all over the place, and then like security changes so fast, right? And architecture and platforms and services and everything's constantly evolving as well. So even if we had like one thing really well handled and well architected one year, it's like the next year there might be a better way to do what we're doing. And
that's exactly right. It's a constantly moving platform, and developers move in and out of teams. We forget to update documentation. New services come out that replace old services, and we forget to roll that back across our environment. And even when you go as far as on the simplest piece, like when your application, let's just say it's Node. In Node, you've got your package JSON, you've got a list of dependencies. Those dependencies are versioned. Well, how often are you going back and cleaning up and making sure those dependencies are the correct version, they're up to date, they don't have any anomalies. So all of this ties in, and so it is easy to let things slip. And I would say you're right, Matt. Like we've never scored 100% on a well-architected review, and I know a lot of people out in the industry that have been through that process, and I don't think it is. I mean, look, we're unicorn rentals, right? Like you would have to be an actual unicorn to score 100%, I think.
Yeah, but I think you'd be like a severely like rare type of unicorn to be able
An
to achieve
extra
that,
rare
right?
unicorn.
Like it,
Okay, yeah.
you would be like a gold, diamond, sapphire, like every jewel under the sun type of unicorn, not a standard unicorn to be able to do that.
I think so.
So outside of well architected, the other thing that I had been thinking about was, like a lot of this firefighting comes down to not just a well architected to make sure that you got the systems in place to enact on things quickly, right? Like you could be using Systems Manager to create runbooks. You could be not just using CloudWatch to look at logs. You could start to implement X-ray so you could have a real-time view into things. You could start to even use machine learning to send you alerts when it detects something irregular once it's learnt its workload, via DevOps Guru, right? Code scanning is pretty important as well to reduce bugs. The way that you build things and architect things to cloud, even back at the programming level, there's a lot of tips and tricks to help make sure that things scale up. Patterns, being able to reproduce environments, the CDK. Like I could go on for days, but it got me thinking. The other thing that I'm a big fan of is fault injection simulator, right? Like because I feel like our team can use this, and we've experimented a couple times in our company, Unicorn Rentals, like where we've actually brought down infrastructure to see how it reacts, right? Like I know you did some tests a couple of weeks ago. Could you tell us a little bit about what you were using fault injection simulator for in our business?
So I just did. I mean, like on Monday, it was our Monday actually. So one of the smaller teams that they thought that they had built a pretty resilient platform. They were pretty impressed with what they'd come up with. And I said, all right, let's see what happens if we go ahead and, turn off a bit of infrastructure in here. And they all said, oh, how are you going to go ahead and do that? And I said, look, there's this tool, Fault Injection Simulator, AWS, have provided. And I've used it before successfully by building up a bunch of experiments. An experiment is a collection of actions, and those actions are applied to a specific resource. So an example of a resource to start at the bottom might be an RDS database, let's say. Or a resource could be like the APIs, and the APIs could be, access to Secrets Manager, let's just say, for example. Another example of a resource could be EC2 instances. An action is something that you apply to that resource. And in the instance of a EC2 instance, that would be to terminate the instance or reboot the instance. Another action you might apply to like some specific piece of compute resource would be to like stress the CPU to see what happens. If you had an action against something like an API, you might say like, what would I test around like faults with one of the AWS APIs? And an answer to that might be, what about if you have accidentally written something into your code inadvertently, like a loop, an infinite loop?
Yeah, I was going to say it's going to be loop. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, so your loop or an excessive amount of traffic, something's come in a non-controlled manner, and you've exhausted the amount your rate limit. You've rate limited yourself against one of AWS's APIs. Like, what will your application do? Will it just fall over? Will it handle that gracefully? Will it roll back? What will it look like? So the team had come together and had built this application, and they were using Aurora Postgres as their database. Great database. They can scale it up and down, and they're using the serverless implementation actually for that. And actually, no, in this one, they weren't using the serverless implementation. They had predefined instances for it. They also had a whole bunch of EC2 instances. So they'd taken this application. They are getting ready to package it up, but in this instance, they had it on EC2. It's running Python front end. They said, we're resilient. We've got a load balancer in front. We've got health checks on the application. No problems at all with what we're doing. We're not using Secrets Manager, so we shouldn't be throttling any of the APIs. We've got auto-scaling groups, so we should have no problems. If we see that one of those instances either gets too much traffic or too little traffic or has an issue, should start itself back up again. So, all right. So I put together a little bit of an experiment. As I was picking like random features, I started to pick some items like stress test the CPU. So what about if they've got a whole bunch of instances and they're measuring their auto-scaling around request volume? Like what is the metric that they're using to determine how they should scale up or down? Now, I put that through and sure enough, they did a good job. And even when I stressed the CPU, they started to scale up more. So we were able to reduce the load across, and I didn't see any impact to the end of the application. I ran an experiment where I terminated like a bunch of their EC2 instances, and the application handled that fine. Autoscaling spun that back up again. I then went to the database and I rebooted the database in the middle of the day. Now, we know that we get our notifications and we specify our patch window for a relational database. Usually we're going to specify that patch window in some time where we can experience some downtime. But rebooting the database in the middle of the day, like what would happen if we did that? And they just never thought about what that would mean for their application itself. And so as soon as I did that, the application threw a whole bunch of 500 errors. So the specific APIs were throwing 500s and they weren't caught in try-catch. So, our logs were full of, what I would consider to some degree like not sensitive information, but information that we'd probably rather not disclose to our customers. So, you throw an exception within your code and you might spew out a little bit of code snippets by accident.
Yeah, like a Nginx version or something like that, right? Like you get an Nginx error with the version number, maybe. That doesn't sound like much, but it's like someone can then Google and see, that is potentially vulnerable.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like it's not necessarily saying that like that's a security through obscurity, but the least you expose, the better protected you are. In this instance, it was a .NET application, and so we could see, there's .NET. I can see that it's throwing an error around the connection to the database, and I could see that error was around Postgres. So all of a sudden, I've learned that they're running a Postgres database and they're running .NET. So if I was an attacker, maybe I've learned a little bit more about the platform there. But worse was the customer experience that was affected. And on the front end, yes, if we were reloading a page, you would see that error. But for all of our asynchronous or AJAX requests, because we weren't checking for error handling and retrying or having exponential backup or anything like that, the application was stuck in like a poor state. Now, the database came back up just seconds later and the application picked up as where it was before. However, because we had like a fully rendered single page application and we'd got it into a stuck point, the user's just sitting there not knowing what to do. So it was a poor customer experience. A simple refresh would have fixed it, but it also explains that one, there's resilience for your application. So like have a second database and a second availability zone so you can do proper failover and you reduce that the downtime when you're rebooting. But secondly, handle exceptions gracefully within your code, whether that be the back-end processing code or the front-end processing code, so that your users will know, hey, an error's occurred, click this button to retry, or automatic retries that try again in 30 seconds, and then again in a minute, and then again in like 10 minutes. So you've got a nice bit of exponential backup. The worst thing that you can do is, click try here because there's an error, or automatically retry in an infinite loop, and then you can accidentally cause more problems by denial of service and attack yourself.
Well, the other thing is if everyone came up at once and had that same logic, right? So jitter is pretty important to implement in your back-off calls.
Yep. So you say jitter there. Now, not everybody understands the term or what jitter means. Do you want to provide an overview of what jitter means in regards to like programming and back-off and exponential back-off?
Yeah. So jitter actually quite simply is randomness, right? So there's the idea that, if a service is down, as soon as it comes up, if everything's just polling every 5 seconds to see if it's up, as soon as that service comes back up, the amount of requests that are getting sent to that platform all at once can cause that particular service to go down again, right? Just because, it can't handle that level of requests and it's only just starting up again per se. So adding in a little bit of jitter is basically adding in a little bit of randomness so that everyone doesn't poll within the same 5 second period, right, on that exact second. So you might say, I want to poll for the service between 1 and 30 seconds. And I just want you to pick a random value within that. That's jitter, right? And it basically means that once your service is back up and available, everyone's going to try and reconnect at a slightly different time, theoretically, right? And it's okay if 2 people connect at the same time, but at least you've got some randomness that doesn't just roll over again, right? And an exponential back off is important as well, because you don't want to try every 5 seconds constantly because you're just going to be wasting CPU cycles, retrying. But what you could do is you go check 5 seconds, check 5 seconds again, check a few more times 5 seconds, and then you might go, okay, it actually looks like there's a problem, check in a minute, check in 5 minutes. So exponential backoff's kind of like adding a little bit of time on top of the jitter as well. because you kind of know that there's a problem, and you know that something's being, as an application, like something's been done to resolve that. So like just back off until you discover that service is back up and running again.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. So I mean, the other thing that I thought about was, Amazon came to Unicorn Rentals a couple of weeks ago, and they were talking about micro front ends, right? Which seems to be quite trendy, but at the moment, there's been a couple of JavaScript conferences on that. But one of the things kind of like echoed with me, and that's gracefully fail the site for end users. To me, like, if the whole site goes down, then you've got like a coupling issue, right? Like the site is dependent as a whole on that particular resource. And so Amazon were telling me the story of how they had a problem like this way back in the 2000s, which led them to develop microservices in the first place, right? And micro front ends in the first place. And the logic was, if the buy now system's got an update, and that update fails and rolls out, it's not going to take down the entire site with it. It's only going to impact the buy now button on the site itself, right? So you can actually decouple assets, like when they don't work, from front end users, rather than having a whole overall error. Sorry, our services aren't available at this time. Our business is losing some money. You can't use us as a customer kind of experience. You can just have the content that should be working but's not working just disappear from the site for a little bit of time.
Yeah, you can think about it even if, for example, on like a huge e-commerce platform.
Yeah.
Even if like checkout and payments were down, I mean, like, I don't know about you, but I like browse and add things to my cart like all the time. Like, yep. It's pretty rare. I mean, not to say it's pretty rare, but like the vast majority of the time that I spend on any e-commerce website is browsing, reviewing, making my determination what I'm doing. It's only that thin slither of time that I'm, going through checkout. And if checkout doesn't happen to be working, well, we're pretty used to like carts being there, right? So I'll come back later and my session will be there and I'll just pick up from where it was before.
Yeah, so usually the cart will chase me, right? Or send me an email, hey, you left something in the cart like an hour ago if I was logged in. Yep.
And I personally take advantage of that. I think that's like pretty handy, because you'll be looking at things and you'll think maybe not today, and then later you're like, yeah, I'll get it.
Or even you just like, you're buying something, then you got stuck in a work call, right? And then it's like you just forgot about it. 5 hours later, it's like, hey, it's still here, and you're like, oh yeah, I forgot to order that, right? I don't want to get into trouble. My family needs that for whatever reason.
And that's the exact thing, like making sure that like a chunk of your website can be down, but the rest runs. And the other ability of that is exactly like with microservices. Having micro front ends means that you have autonomy within the team to be able to deliver at their speed.
Yep. Yeah. So I mean, the spillover type stuff, this is what we want to get right at Unicorn Rentals, right? So chaos engineering sounds like a really good idea to get involved with. Fault injection simulator sounds like a pretty good platform. I'm thinking about everyone that's going through the game day at the moment. Surely there's been a couple of people that have their microservices up and running. So let's have a nose together, Paul.
Okay.
So it looks like Indians at 75. They were a very good hire for Unicorn Rentals. So they are at the top of the leaderboard here. DMS looks like they're pretty close, as well as Jason Seasoning Services. So we've got
those top three are fairly close. They're within 8% from first to third.
Yeah, and then underneath, like we can see that we've got a couple of people that are catching up, which is Buzzville and Space Park. And then let's see, so many people around the 30,000 to 25,000, even 20,000. So it looks like we've hired some pretty capable people to Cloud So Easy. That's nice. Whoever picked that name. It looks like we've got some pretty capable people working on our microservices here. Like, I'm not going to give anyone any tips on how to increase their score on the leaderboard, but I do think that we've made some smart hiring decisions here, Paul.
Yeah, definitely. And there are ways that you can reduce your actual score as well. So the contestants need to say, not it's not just like focused on going forward, but you can have a declining score as well if you do things wrong. So yeah, people need to they need to really be on top of it. And so yeah, Indians at 75 are looking pretty good at about 1,500 or so points in front. So yeah, looking pretty good at the moment, right? Coming home pretty strong.
Yeah, I wonder what the 75 stands for, actually. If any one of the groups feels like they are owning it and completely
There
on
we
top
go.
of it,
Exactly as I said there, they lost 40 points.
that's right. Yeah, if anyone's absolutely owning it, they think they have these microservices set up and uh, ready to go and do other things, you can actually join us on the stream if you want to. So we'll keep the scoreboard up for a little bit so people can monitor it during the time. Paul and I will pop on right throughout, talk about a few different things as we go through. But we're more than happy to have other people join as well, because I'm pretty sure like Indians and Jason and DMS, I think these all are pretty confident teams, right? That have a spare 5 minutes to come on and talk to us about how
Surely
they're
they
finding
can
it.
spare a principal developer.
Yeah, exactly. Or a
Reach out in
distinguished
the try
principal
room.
developer.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep, we pay top salaries here, so everyone's at least principal.
Good, good.
Cool. Excellent. Well, we'll stay quiet and leave the scoreboard up for everyone. We'll keep coming back for announcements, so make sure to have us unmuted. And we will see everyone in a couple of minutes for the next little bit. And good luck keeping your services up. And the only hint I'm going to give is what I gave you at the start, which is use and abuse others' highly performant microservices. So I think that's the only thing that I can say. In my experience in the past of microservices, that's what you want to do, to make sure that you keep scoring points as fast as possible. But you guys were hired for the job. You guys are the experts, so I will leave you to work out how to score more points and get things up and super fast.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, back again. I can see that the scores are going fairly well. I'll just bring it back up again. So Buzzville going excellently, Space Pug Solutions, and Jason Seasoning Services still within the top three there as well. So it looks like we've got some really good hires. I'm getting more and more confident every second. I really loved Youngblood's Cell in the chat to use their endpoint. Let us know if anyone else is using their shared endpoints at the moment. The philosophy sounds pretty sound there. Just one quick thing. I'll only be on for 1 minute. If you do need help, we can see that there's a few people that are still getting up and running as we go through the scoreboards. If you do need help, please join the chimes, the chime bridges that have been shown on your team's dashboard. So when you join that chime bridge and you call for help through the dashboard, somebody from the AWS side will come in and help to sort out the problem that you've got. Anyways, I'll let everyone get back to it, and we'll focus on the scoreboard. But great work, Buzzville and Spacepug and Jason. Hey, hey. So, looks like we have some pretty good process on the dashboards. We have Buzzville
Process or
leading.
progress?
Progress. We have Buzzville leading, and we have Space Pug Solutions in second. And Jason's holding spot number three. But Developers IO, with their sale on the chat, have done a pretty good job because they are like that close to getting into spot three. So it looks like things are heating up on the top end. What I did have is I had Gaurav here. Do you want to introduce yourself very quickly?
Hey, thanks, Matt. Hello, everyone. So my name is Gaurav Sharma, and I am the part of Enterprise On-Prem. I work as a technical account manager here, based out of India, and it's been close to 9 months in Amazon. But like Amazon has always been the heart, so definitely this is the third qualifier where I'm supporting. So seeing the energy out of this microservices game, I am blown away. Like here in India, it is bright sunny morning today, and what I am experiencing as a support team, I guess the teams are on the road, and as you rightly said, the slight progress is something that everybody is watching out. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's been really good watching especially the activity in the chime rooms and the chat channel here has been pretty good as well. I keep talking about the upsell on endpoints. I think every team can keep doing that. But you've dug into some of the individual chime rooms, right? Like what are you seeing within the individual chime rooms?
Okay, so first thing this time, one thing I can share that every year is watching that is people are going out with the crazy names out there. One thing we are quite excited about the names that people have chosen. So one thing that people we are telling continuously as a support staff is that do watch out your personal score trend which people are missing. People are watching the actual scoreboard to just compete. What we are instructing them: focus on your trends, focus on the score trends of yours, find out the errors, and be on the well architect approach.
Yep.
Don't overutilize the resources. Just see what is going to be the best and ideal solution that you can bring it out. So we have been emphasizing on that, and I guess now when we have this first module rolling out and people have started working, people now are enjoying the workday experience. I had a chat with 2 to 3 teams, and they are quite excited about the learnings that they are able to pull out of this game day particularly. And there are few teams who have heard in previous that what we have done in the last game days, and they came out with certain expectations that okay, we were already aware that this thing is going to happen, but okay, this is something new and challenging we are getting. So absolutely, one thing is that we are hearing feedback as a team that they are enjoying the learning that we have in terms of services, how they can deploy. Even few teams are mix of like people who have experience and who are quite new to Amazon environment. So how we should actually think while designing any architect for any, let's say for the unicorn rentals. So that is something very tricky. Teams are interacting with each other. People are enjoying the conversation and that competitive approach that okay, we are not only just here to discuss, we need to implement quickly and take the decision. So that's something that we as a support, I guess I had a chat with a few of my support team based out of India, and they are equally mentioning that okay, this is something that we are excitingly hearing from the teams. Yeah.
Cool. No, that's very good. And I guess Team Threat Slayer they like none of that pen testing's really like made a difference to the teams yet, right? Everyone seems to be fairly smooth. Their microservices are carrying on and running well. So I was right in saying that there would be zero impacts. I feel as CMO of Unicorn Rentals, right?
Absolutely agree. Means, to be honest, Matt, if I would say that in the morning when I came out with the expectation that okay, today I'm gonna get a lot of challenges because to be frank, that when it comes to microservices game, what I have experienced in the customer space and it comes initially people face a lot of challenge because of that drift of getting started and coming onto the leading like scoreboards. But this time, the complete experience is altogether different. Why the very important part was because people are like literally enjoying the architect part, and which I can also see in the comments where people are talking like, okay, this is something that we want to hear, talking about sustainability. Even in one of the team, people were considering that, hey, is this solution is sustainable? And I was like so happy to hear that pillar that okay, people are also agreeing to talk about the sustainability also. That is very cool. So that is there. And even when we talk about microservices, I guess people just mislead to it, just having containers running and like you can say Kubernetes works or EPS and just like that way. But here people are talking a lot beyond that also, like how
Yeah.
we can save the cost or how we can well design the architecture and everything we can hear as a support while silently listening to the talks of people. Yeah.
Yeah, and like when I think microservices, I'm probably one of the few people that don't automatically think Kubernetes, right? Like when I hear microservices, I more think like serverless and Lambda, right? Like so, there's multiple definitions of this, and I think the other thing is like micro components, like within applications, right, allow you to split things from a large app to microservices to serverless services. So if you develop good software engineering patterns, you can break things up more and more and more. And you can't talk about
Just
microservices. Yeah, I was going to let you jump in. I knew you wanted to jump in, Paul. But without talking about the strangler pattern, right? If anyone is new to microservices, but they've got a large scale app that they want to break up, Google strangler pattern. Go ahead, Paul.
like what I was going to say is like to your point, like we think about microservices like a Lambda functions or a container or something like that. I would say like to everybody, like broaden your thinking around like microservices. A microservice doesn't need to be like absolutely micro and tiny. It's got to be like wrapping a specific domain, like so something within a specific domain that makes sense to be grouped together. That's not doesn't make sense to like bundle in with something else or needs to be deployed independently. You could have microservices. You could still implement something that was doing an extreme amount of compute, requiring the biggest CPU instance that we potentially had, or maybe not the biggest, right? Because that would be ridiculously huge. But you could still consider that a microservice, right? Just because it needs a lot of compute. If it's doing that one specific thing, communicating with one specific, like, backend data source, and maybe it requires like a whole bunch of GPU, I don't know, let's just say for like a gaming company, it could still be completely deployed on EC2, but still be absolutely considered a microservice. It just requires a lot of compute to do its work. So microservice often doesn't correlate directly with the size of the compute. More so around like what domain and data you're touching is probably where I would say.
Yeah, and that kind of reminds me of like I was doing some data processing the other day, right? And you could do like large scale, huge data processing that like might be run through a completely serverless infrastructure, or you could be using AWS Batch or something like that, right? Very very short jobs that do very specific tasks on the data, and then might hand over to GPU instances and numerous other things, right? So
Yep.
yeah, Garav, I put you on mute for a little bit. We had a little bit of background noise, but I'd like to get your view if you want to. I know you've got some experience in the space too, right?
So just want to add to what everybody says, like when we talk about microservices, yes, we are trying to break down the bigger chunks into the smaller so that we have the more efficiency. But at the same time, one feedback for everyone also out there, and this is my personal experience, that every single service is not meant to be designed for microservices only, right? And we have to keep those things are also in mind that everything that you're trying to achieve cannot be achieved via microservices architecture only. So don't just stress on like focusing that hey, we have microservices included and we want to deploy it on the, let's say for the Kubernetes or Docker or any serverless environment. We have to also understand some key pillars while designing the architecture for the particular service also. So many of the time people mistake it as like a very big mistake that they just simply go ahead and start deploying the microservices things. And reason they got failed is because might that particular region or that particular service is not mandated to apply in the microservices architecture, and that we have to discuss, understand the like accessibility or feasibility of that particular service. That is it right? to get the microservices architecture or not. If it is not, then don't force it to be a microservices deployed architecture. It is absolutely fine to have it on a monolithic environment also. There are a lot of services which are going ahead. So right now, if we talk about this particular game day, yes, we are talking about the services like EC2, VPC, S3, Beanstack, or CloudFormation, or CloudWatch for that matter, and Fargate. Now it's up to you how well you keep the well architect like in definition, that how you can well optimize the existing architecture and deploy it going ahead. We are not forcing you to just use the altogether a different service, which is not mandated to implement the microservices. So that's what all a small hint also that for the viewers and all the participants who are currently working, just focus on the best alignment according to you. What is the best structure? Follow the score trends. If something is going wrong, correct it. Follow the error, and you will automatically lead to some good results. And that's all. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, coming from a software point of view, like, componentize your app, use blueprints, break things into modules, and then you've got the freedom of like continuing. If you need massive amounts of compute consistently, run it on Fargate in a large container if you want to, or on EC2. Run that monolithic app, but it gives you the option to break out to microservices, right, or to serverless infrastructure. But there's complexity in everything. So microservices are awesome. We all love them. But you've also got to think about like networking overhead, depending on how complex you get and how much you break out sometimes.
Right. And I would
Yeah.
say that to earn the points, we need to make sure that first deploy the service and then get into the optimization stage.
Hmm.
Like I have seen people just going and talking about like, hey, I have built the survey, why I'm not getting the points. You start focusing on deployment of service first. That's the most important part, and then you can start optimizing it. Before just getting the things done, you won't be able to score high. So might once you get on the top, but that is not going to help you to be sustained on the top. So for
Yep.
that, for earning the points, first deploy the services. Now think in a way that how I can optimize. Do I need a load balancer? Do I need a like what I should say a good service router to bring that? How I can lower down the cost? And as you said, like okay, if you are using a Fargate, what is the best way to use that app? Once you are onto it, I guess then you won't be like stopped by any force coming to your way to leave the top.
Excellent. Now I'm just checking out the dashboard. I might just bring it up for us three to have a quick look at and see if there's any commentary that we can have on it. So here we go. So having a look at the dashboard, I did see that basically we've still got the three usual suspects going really, really strong. Although Buzzville's actually like taken out like the lead even more so, right? Looking at the dashboard, Youngblood's still going fairly well, but I think their endpoint had a little bit of problems. Rate My Agent. I know I've heard your brand name from somewhere. I think you're in Australia, so cool to see you guys on it. And then No Cloud, No Life. India's at 75. Have kind of taken a little bit of a step back, but hopefully they come in
Yeah.
on top again fairly quickly. But it looks
I
like
was,
everyone's going really, really well here, right?
yes. I was searching the list because last time when we were live, Indians were on the top, but I think they missed some of the things, and now we can see fairly getting down. But okay, no problem because it's a tough fight on the top, so might just one stroke and they can come up.
Excellent. And hope everyone's going well and getting really good performance out of the endpoints. Continue to make sure that you stay aware of the endpoint performance as well as we go through this. But yeah, I will leave the dashboard up. Is there anything else that you'd like to say, Gaurav? We can kind of let the teams kind of focus on everything and drop off in a second. But wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything else that you had to say that you wanted to cover.
I can just say that enjoy the learning experience. That's matter the most. Means everybody is a winner because at least you have deployed something and you have learned something. And I would say just go away with the happy winning attitude that, okay, it's something I have deployed and something good I have learned. And do reach out to all the support team members. We are there to help. Just raise the check-in request. Follow the sport trends, and more importantly, whenever you are there, we are always there to help as a support team. We can just assure that. So feel free to reach out to us and happy learning. Just enjoy the madness of microservices, and we'll see you some in the time room for sure. Yeah, thank you so much, man.
Excellent. Yeah, come join the chime bridges if you have any issues, as I mentioned beforehand in a previous announcement. If you missed it, so when you hit like I need help from the console dashboard, the game day dashboard, make sure that you're on the chime bridge as well, so people can help you out as soon as possible. But for now, I will go quiet and let everyone focus on the game day. Just stay tuned on the audio in case we have any other announcements that need to come your way.
Sure. Nice.
Thanks very
Happy.
much, Gaurav. Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks. hey everyone. Uh, yeah, I just got a very interesting message from Toto. He is from our security team. Looks like there might be something going on actually. So he's mentioned, and I don't know much coming from the marketing department, right? But he said our automated scanning tech has picked up an issue with the leader services. So apparently there's some kind of like reflection attack happening, and so the health check path is being used to steal IAM credentials. So like I don't know if this really impacts anything, but it does look like some of the AWS style resources tend to be not working or stopping. Hopefully that's none of you guys' stuff. I'm sure it's probably some kind of AWS service in the background that people have just spun up and are running. No need to be concerned. We have seen some alarming sets of attacks against other bits of the infrastructure as well. And the common pattern that we're seeing being used is something called Visual Basic Scripting, VB script. So I don't think I've seen that since the 1980s, Paul. You're on mute again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Visual Basic Script, I have not seen that in a very long time. Anyways, you might want to have a look at whether all your services are up or whether they're stopping. But also probably check your health check URLs. That's probably the main advice I saw in the security announcement that went out. There was a recommendation to use something called WAF for that, as well as something called an application load balancer. So
maybe some way, like, I don't know, is there a way that we could stop the outside world hitting health check URLs or something? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I have no clue because I'm the CMO, right? And I did hire you guys as the experts to fix this problem. And I'm sure this all kind of comes under your remit of managing microservices, so it won't be anything new. I'm sure everyone will be back up and running in seconds, but I guess check your endpoints. Have a potential look at like WAFs or ALBs. And hopefully we're all back up and running across the groups. We don't want the services go down and get a nasty email from the CEO, right, Paul?
Well, that's the last thing we want to do, right? And as Maisie said earlier, VB script, interesting. And you said back in the 80s, and I would say that it was definitely in the 2000s. I built an application in Visual Basic, but I think it was Visual Basic, .NET Visual Basic. But VB script would be, yeah, that would be pretty extended out there. But I'd still see a lot of attacks still coming in that are trying to take advantage of something that might be running some like older legacy applications, or injecting some VB script into your application and having an unprotected like end user click on something or open something on their machine. So yeah, definitely something we should be looking out for. And if we had a good firewall there, that might help us.
Yeah, and it looks like we're halfway in between, actually. Trust the old Wikipedia. It does say that it did come out in 1996. So you said 80s, I said 2000. You said 2000s, I said 80s. But some seriously old stuff here.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm sure you guys will get onto it right away, and the scores are all increasing, so it doesn't look like many of you have
Pretty
got
big,
impacts.
those scores.
Yeah, the scores are pretty good. So what I might do is I might just go to one of the marketing events that we've got scheduled up in the calendar, and I'll drop for about 15 minutes or so, and I'll just let you guys handle it as the experts, Paul, eh?
Yep, I'll see you guys in 15 minutes.
Done. Bye. Hey everyone. So I've just had a chat with the CEO. Unfortunately, he was grilling Paul and myself at Unicorn Rentals here.
Was.
Yeah, he's grilling us pretty hard. It turns out that shareholders and the CEO have both noticed that basically we don't really want to invest that much time in our routing mechanisms and speed of routing. And so what he's asked all the teams down to do is basically double down to investing their time in the services.
Yep.
I guess the bean counters that we have within the business are basically saying services are now the most important thing that you should be looking at. Let's cut away from routing. And what we're going to do is we're going to start to reward shareholders we're going to reward everyone with shares and points if you start investing more time in your services. So hopefully that's okay. And hopefully the CEO doesn't come back to me with anything nasty. Hopefully the messaging's clear and simple for everyone. Services over routing if you want the score big here at the startup. We got to move rapidly, right? This is a startup. Change will happen. Good luck with it. And congratulations on Jason taking the top. Buzzville, you're still pushing up there. You guys are within millimeters of each other.
That is close. There's going to be a furious dash there.
Yeah, and Spacebug Solutions and Developers IO, you guys are still owning the top space there as well, so it's awesome. And I can see Indians, No Cloud, No Life, DMS, Meteor Garden. You're fighting hard just underneath, so it's a continue doing that. And if you guys can pivot as fast as everyone else, you'll stay in the top ranks. So outside of that conversation, I'm still trying to get over from the CEO. We do have Stu here in the background. So I just saw him dial into the same bridge as us. Hey, Stu, how's it going?
Good. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever we are. Yeah, how's things going?
Not too bad. I did see people were on from Japan, South Korea. We had a couple of people from India. And then we've got quite a few people from Australia, New Zealand as well. So it really is good morning or good afternoon or whatever, right?
Yeah, still not quite the afternoon for most of us yet.
Yeah.
I mean, not quite the evening for most of us yet.
So Stu, I heard that you might have some critical advice around things that can kind of help teams in setting up their microservices and everything and monitoring today, right? So if you were writing these microservices, which I know you've done in a past life, and you needed to make sure that they were up and reliable, what would you lean in AWS console side?
Well, look, I think with this game especially, lots of people really forget the basics. Because there's so much going on and you're panicking and things are breaking but people forget the basics that you can log things into CloudWatch. It's got a logging service in there, and you can query those logs and you can find things that might say error or failure and those kinds of things. You've got nice tools to query all that stuff. So sometimes the basics are great for this kind of stuff. There's also great tools like X-Ray. So, X-Rays in there. A couple of these microservices are actually instrumented with the X-Ray, and they'll be dumping out errors there, which some of them might be useful. You never know. If I was going to look, I'd probably take a look there and just see what I might see.
X-Ray is pretty awesome, right? Like you get a map of the interactions of all your services, and then you get big red colors in the AWS console to say, look here, something might be wrong, right?
And I think sometimes the X-Ray UI I think gets in the way of itself, and sometimes you miss some stuff. So you remember there's a raw view for X-ray, so you can actually go in and see the raw trace, and sometimes you'll see some stuff in there that you might have missed while you were in the main UI. But that raw JSON view of the event and what's happened, you might find some nuggets in there. Not giving too much away, but.
Most people are used to like logging, like looking through your logs and seeing what that is. But I still think traceability in X-ray is still, even like end-to-end traceability, is still something that some people don't know. So maybe for some of the observers in the audience, just reiterate like what X-ray actually does.
X-rays. I'm not an expert on X-ray, but I'll give you my kind of opinion. It sits there. It sits there in your code, looking at executions. So and you can instrument your code to actually fire events out into X-ray as well. But it's looking there, tracking transaction times, those kinds of things. So tracking down, how long did this thing take from end to end, and how long did each component of that take end to end. And so I can go, yeah, that one took a really long time, and it took a really long time because I spent ages querying my downstream system, or
Yep.
I broke somewhere else. So yeah, so it's really great for that kind of stuff. It's sitting inside your code as it executes, so it can see a whole lot more than you can see just from writing a debug.log or a print statement somewhere.
Yep.
You can see a whole bunch more context about your code.
Yeah. Well, because I was just looking at some enhancements to one of Amazon's services called App Runner, and they've introduced the ability to turn on X-ray, and that could be really useful when you've got your application that maybe is not performing as well as you expect, and working out which part of your application isn't performing. You need an end-to-end trace, and that trace might be saying, "Hey, my application is connecting to a queue." Or it's connected to DynamoDB, and then like from DynamoDB going off and doing something else. You can find those areas where your code execution is taking longer than expected to happen. And like, Matt said earlier, like red is bad, right? So it's going to highlight things that seem to be taking a long time and give you a good like a service map of the services you're interacting with. So, effectively injecting a trace. Well, I mean, it literally is injecting a trace ID that can, pass to service as it makes its requests.
Yeah, and look, my experience with working with customers with, who are running things like Lambda, and when they raise support cases, if our main first line support can't handle it and it ends up at the service team, the very first thing the service team will tell you to do is turn on X-ray, because it gives them so much more context and behind the scenes information that they can see, and just those little things can sometimes throw up really useful information.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd plus one that, right? Like increase in volume of traffic, increase in time taken to do requests, increase in error rates, right? Like those are all the things that I lean into with X-ray. But I wanted to rewind a little bit, Paul. You just threw out like a random service name before that most people might not have heard about. So
well, talking about like monoliths and microservices, I had been looking around some of the different offerings that are maybe not exactly what you would go to straight away. And we talked earlier about like speed to market and delivery and all these sorts of things. And App Runner is one of those services that I've looked at that we have a lot of our code that sits. It's Express Node.js Express application, so it runs on top of Node. Configuring a pipeline for some of our like proof of concept work or some of our promotional based material and work that needs to go out really, really quickly. Setting up complicated CI/CD pipelines. You're always taking a template. You're copying and pasting that. One team wants to do it a little bit different to another. Building up an environment. We want to focus on delivering some value in some of these smaller teams here. And not just smaller teams, some of the bigger teams too. So some of them are handling some pretty big services, running up to 25 concurrent instances at a point in time. And App Runner seems to do that like really, really well. We've hooked it into our repository. You add in a build command, you add in a run command, configures a service role within App Runner, so grant our least privileges access. So the service we were building was a Node application connected to DynamoDB.
Yep.
Hit deploy and off we go. We were running. We had a service up and running in like no time at all. And for the proof of concept, we did it through the console, and the console can be really useful to go ahead and see what that looks like and see how that feels like. But after that, we took that and we just put it in a specific App Runner YAML file, dropped that in the source code repository, and all of that configuration was taken care of for us. And honestly, now we've got blue-green deployments on some of these services that we're delivering value. Like people aren't saying, why is the build failing today, or I need to add an extra step in the middle, and I need to like go in and look at my auto scaling groups and seeing what's happening here. All of that's taken care of us. We know the application can handle 30 concurrent requests. At 30 concurrent requests, we scale up. We set the minimum to 1, the maximum to 20, and we know it's going to run really, really well. So that was a service that I was investigating and spending some time with. And we're running a few production workloads on it. And literally, like from the start of the day to the end of the day, the team was comfortable with the platform.
Yeah, no, nice. I was just going to rewind a little bit for everyone. So I mean, if you're doing containers, Kubernetes comes off the top of your tongue a lot of the time. Kubernetes and AWS is EKS as a service, and then that can get aggregated into Fargate, but Fargate also does ECS for containers, which is Amazon's version of Kubernetes. Fargate takes a lot of the complexity around the networking and the compute layers off of you. You can focus more on just running the application itself in bits of the host environment. But the thing that I really liked about App Runner is I'm a very lazy developer and I don't really want to deal with infrastructure. So App Runner just allows me to focus on the app code, right? So that's kind of what I appreciate on that service. But I also wanted to call out, we have some pretty hot news in the chat here. Some people have moved away from containerized, Kubernetes or whatever it is, and they've moved across to Lambda and serverless. So
there you go.
Yeah, so some teams are making really good headway. And let's just have a quick nose at the dashboard. So Jason's way back on top. Buzzville's still second. The Youngbloods have actually come in third. They've been fighting in fourth for a very long time. Space Pug is just behind them, and then you've got No Cloud, No Life, and the rest of the group. So good work, everyone.
There's some really good scores. Really, I've run this game a lot, and there's some nice scores. Really, really good to see teams pushing ahead. Like I say, that move to serverless. You can do all sorts of crazy things in this game. That's what I really like about this game as well. There's kind of there's no right way to play it. There's no rules. There's just, if you can get it running and keep it running, you can get a whole bunch of points. And obviously teams are doing that. It's really good.
Yeah, nice. So I think that's it. Like, I know you've got to get straight back into it. It looks like some teams are having a couple of different exceptions, Stu. So we'll let you drop
Awesome.
and help out. But thanks for supporting everyone on the game day behind the scenes. You and the rest of the game day team is what makes this happen, right? So it's awesome.
Cool. Thanks, Matt. Nice to see you.
Thanks, Stu. Yeah,
Cheers, Stu.
perfect.
Yep.
Bye.
Man. So looking at it, I'll bring up the dashboard again, but not just X-Ray and CloudWatch, which were the hints that Stu gave. In terms of things that you'd look at reobservability in the game day. I was going to say, like in the future, post the game day, have a look at DevOps Guru and have a look at automating Code Guru. Have a look at automating your runbooks as well. So when you do have an instance where something goes down in production, you've definitely got a series of steps that someone can follow whilst you're on leave. So using Systems Manager to create runbooks is pretty essential. You can do patching and all this cool stuff within Systems Manager as well. And my favorite service, Paul, is CDK pipelines, which is a combination of CDK and...
It's not Mechanical Turk?
No, it's not Mechanical Turk, but I wish I had someone to do my job through Mechanical Turk. If anyone's used that platform, you can outsource like machine learning tasks, image recognition tasks, like a whole bunch of groundwork to people that are willing to help out.
Actually,
data
you
processing as well.
any
Yeah.
task.
Any task, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
I think you're right though. DevOps Guru is one that comes up a lot, and DevOps Guru and Code Guru are services that are still, I would say, like pretty. They're not super new. We've had them for a little while, and they're growing, and they definitely get growing in maturity, but they're still new to a lot of organizations. So a lot of people and companies think that they have a good setup. They've got good dashboards. They've got good observability. And the moment I sort of ask, like, oh, so when did you have the, some downtime recently? And they're like, oh, last week, we had this thing where, something went offline. I'm like, oh, were you monitoring for that? And they're like, no. It's like, right.
Yep.
So you're always monitoring and you're always health checking and you're doing all these checks on the one thing that, fails or goes down.
Yep.
And so DevOps Guru is there to use machine learning to look at your environment, see what it looks like when it's healthy, and takes into consideration all sorts of things as response time on APIs, latency coming through on like Lambda invocations, um, you know, all sorts of different things that happen to your environment, such as deployments being triggered or infrastructure change, or, for example, a change to provisioned throughput on DynamoDB, for example. So these type of changes can have impacts. And DevOps Guru is looking, consistently at your environment and to either do reactive insights to say, hey, something is majorly wrong, but also looks to provide proactive insights saying, in this area, we're seeing you approach to some specific areas where we think might be thresholds. Maybe just have a look in that area and, let you know that something might not quite be smelling right. It might not quite yet be rotten, but might not be, on its way there to smelling a bit weird. And the other one was Code Guru, right? So, when Stu talked about observability and finding slow points of your code, Code Guru is an agent that can run alongside your code, whether it be in like containers or an EC2 instance. So somewhere alongside your code as a deployable agent, but also as a layer within Lambda. And that can provide some overview and insight as to what is going on within your actual code. So as far down as like what specific methods are taking a long time. And so observability reaches much further than just the infrastructure and the trace ID that the infrastructure is touching, all the way down to like how is your code and how are certain sections of your code operating. Because you could write something and deploy it and say, hey, it's going slower, but like what specific part of the code is causing it to be really, really slow? So it's something that's very useful to go ahead and see those areas, as well as looking through your code using the other part of the Code Guru service to look for increased cyclomatic complexity. So if your code has been implemented in a very complex manner, incorrect usage of like AWS SDKs, accidentally embedding credentials, those sorts of things.
Yep, very nice. I've pulled the leaderboard off, so hopefully I've got everyone's attention. This part could actually change the entire dashboard. So this is really big news.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so I have sent this link. Everyone should see it in the chat. Everyone should grab that link right now. What you want to do is you want to fill out this survey. There is 10,000 points that's going to be awarded for the survey. And if I look at the leaderboard, that could basically move the top 4 spaces right now. So anyone getting the 10,000 points from completing the survey could actually move the dashboard in their favor. So yeah, as Maisie says in the chat, fill it out, get some points. Now, the really important thing is like once you've filled it out, don't close that tab because we have a manual vetting process that needs to be done. So you'll need to go to the remote assistance module, click on help. You'll need to open up the Chime bridge. And then what we'll have is we'll have someone on the AWS support team bridge go in and vet that you've completed the survey there as well. So this step I can't emphasize enough. Complete the survey, remote help button in the GameDay dashboards. Open up the Chime, share with one of the support staff that you've completed the survey. Please do not shut down the survey. This 10,000 points could bring you up to one of the top 4 spaces looking at it. 10,000 points is definitely going to make a difference, right? Looking at the dashboard. So what we'll do is I'll let everyone fill out the survey. We'll do some vetting of the survey there. Yep, just make sure you don't close it down again, and hopefully we'll see every team get an extra 10,000 points. But the teams that might accidentally miss it, you could be dropping down. Paul,
See you all soon.
Yeah, I'll catch you soon. Thanks. Hey, Paul. How you going? Here we go. Hey, you're on mute again every time. Still on mute. Yeah, there we go. So, call outs to the leaderboard. We have Developers IO, Jason Seasoning, and then Space Pug Solutions, and then Buzzville and No Cloud Life. So, it looks like there's been a massive change in the board, right? I think that use our endpoint cell that Youngblood have has given them a bit of an advantage towards the end of the game. They're just like massively ramped up in points in the last like hour or so. Jason's always been strongly consistent, and Space Pug Buzzville have been fighting in those top spaces as well. There is still 15 minutes left for the game. So in saying that, there's going to be the top 5, I think, make it to the next rounds. If that's wrong, someone could call me out on it in the chat. But I believe that the top 5 are going to make it to the next cycle, the next rounds. And so at the moment, it looks like we've got No Cloud, No Life, Buzzville, Space Pug, Jason, and Developers. Indians, there's still a chance. DMS, still a chance. Meteor, still a chance. Everyone else, there's still a chance as well. It is a very tight leaderboard right now. And I think the next 15 minutes is going to make or break whether people proceed to the next round or not. So stay strong, keep going at it. With that being said, though, we will end the event in 15 minutes. So this whole last 15 minutes, like, knuckle down. Anything you want to say to anyone, Paul, like as we enter this last 15-minute cycle?
I would probably just say that in that last gap, which I'm sort of looking at the time trying to work it out, we saw about 100,000 point difference between where we left and came back on. So especially for those top ranked teams, there's still some leeway to get up there and be a winner in this competition.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take both of us off. We'll see you guys all in 15 minutes or so. Best of luck. Push through it. End of shift is coming. So you've only got 15 minutes left to kind of jump ahead. But it would be great to be in the top 5 positions, I think, and make it to the next round. That would be really exciting. And I can see it's doable by a lot of people, not just the people that hold top 5 right now. So good luck. And we'll see you in 15 minutes when the game ends.
See you soon.
Hey everyone, we have a big announcement. We are right on the finish mark. I hope everyone had a really super fun game day. I'm going to remove the scoreboard for a second. There is a little bit of calculations that need to be done in the dashboard, so just hold on for about 2 or 3 minutes to find out if you made it into the top 5 as we calculate the last of the scores. But hang on, and if you are within the top 5 and when we announce it in 2 or 3 minutes, please stay around. What we're going to do is we're going to connect with you over the chime bridges, and we're going to collect all your details. Hope everyone had a lot of fun. This was the qualifying round 3. So qualifier round 3 winners will move to the next stage, and I'm excited to see how this all plays out. Paul, what do you think of the game day?
It's been a lot of fun, and as I think Stu mentioned it earlier, like huge scores there. Like these are some really big scores, so people put in a lot of effort, and I think that shows. The prizes are good. Like people want to win this time, and are putting a huge amount of effort behind it.
Yep.
So yeah, it's been an exciting game day, and I would say I've seen people shift their scores around. I sort of said it in the morning, but there were some pretty significant changes on the scoreboard, and I guess that says what does they say? Slow but steady sometimes will win the race. You've got to put in a whole lot of effort, but you've got to be consistently putting that effort in all the way through to the end. So yeah, great to see some people like really come up and push their way up and get some great results here.
It is, and I think the final scoreboard surprises me a little bit as well. I am hearing in the background that our other leadership within Unicorn Rentals are ready to announce and finalise the winners. So I am going to pop up the dashboard in 1 second. So just waiting for the final go ahead. And I think we're ready. So, Paul, did you want to do a countdown for us?
Do you mean countdown from 5? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Matt, bring up the winners.
There we go. Okay, so the winners were Developers.io Youngblood. Congratulations for scoring top place. Great trend, and you can see a great end result in terms of the score. SpacePug Solutions, you came second. Congratulations as well. Everyone that has made it in the top 5 will be qualified for the next stage. So congratulations on winning the qualifying round 3. I did want to say you had a great trend upwards, right? Like you were getting a trending of 5,000. You could have actually almost jumped ahead and become first with that score. So good work, SpacePug. Jason, Seasoning Services, really good job as well. No Cloud, No Life, awesome work. Indians at 75, all really good work. So stay around, open up the Chime bridges. If you haven't logged into Chime yet, make sure you get on Chime. All 5 of you have made the next round, and we will sync with you to get details so we can move you into the next stage. So congratulations again. It's been an awesome day. Congrats to everyone that participated. It was really good, and it was quite a competitive game day. Stu mentioned beforehand when he joined the chat that like all these scores were fantastic. So everyone's done a really fantastic job here, not just the winners. It's been a really competitive game day to some of the ones that we've seen in the past. So you should all be proud. But yeah, top 5 stick around. Connect with us on Chime. We're going to disappear from the stream right now. We'll end with an outro, but we'll leave the stream open just for the next 10 minutes in case we need to make contact with anyone that we can't reach on those Chime rooms. So thank you everyone for attending. It's been a fantastic day, and we will wish you luck on the next round to the top 5.
Take care all. Thanks all.
Thanks everyone. Bye.